Welcome to Sound Unlimited for all things newsy, juicy, sporty, tasty, and more.
Day 3 kicked off with the issue of power relations between the Judge President Selby Mbenenge and the complainant Andiswa Mengo. Mbenenge said he was a social being when he interacted with Mengo about her daughter and not in his capacity as a judge. He said Mengo was lying when she said she did not send him her picture. He further said that he asked her to take off her jacket because he wanted to appreciate the beauty of her body structure. He said he did not consider that as sexual harassment because his conduct was not unwanted. The chairperson assured Mbenenge that no court of public opinion would determine the outcome of this case. He also assured him that the tribunal viewed him as innocent until proven otherwise. This was after he complained about what he perceived as an attempt by the leader of evidence to suggest that he was guilty of sexual harassment. At some point, the chairperson interrupted the proceedings and made everybody aware of the people who he said were holding placards and silently protesting inside the room. And then the proceedings continued because they were not interrupting the cross-examination. And then the controversial peeled banana emoji came up once again. This time Mbenenge admitted that in the context of their sexual conversation, it could indeed be interpreted as sexual. I must say he wasn't convincing when called upon to explain Mengo's reaction to the alleged picture of his private part. Here's the Day 3 cross-examination. And I still maintain the quality of the cross-examination by the evidence leader left much to be desired. It was mainly presumptive and speculative.
I'm going to start with the 8th of June, 2021. On that day, it is common cause that you went to the office of the complainant. You wanted to see her judge, is that correct?
Yes, from what appears here and from what I recall, that is indeed so.
And during that day's interaction, you shifted the conversation to her personal life there in her office.
Yes, I did.
And is that when your interest started to become more real in her, your interest in her?
It's a process, it's not an event.
I agree with that, but is that where it became more real for you?
Yes, I'm just prefixing my answer. The answer is yes, within the context that it's a process and not an event.
And during that evening, that's when your first WhatsApp communication with her started. Is that correct? If we go to the 10th of June 2021, that's on 1179.
1179.
Yes.
Yes.
Up until this stage, the complainant had not initiated any conversations on any of the days before.
True.
And
At
despite,
least from what I'm seeing, yes.
yes. And despite her lack of engagement, you again chose to initiate contact
Correct.
with her.
Yes.
And you commented on a photo of her by saying shoe.
10 June 2021, I did at 20:04.
That is correct. And it has not been disputed that such a reaction can be interpreted as a comment suggesting the photo is sexually attractive or provocative. It was translated during the evidence as something being hot. That was the translation that we got. And it was never disputed.
You mean shoe?
Yes.
That it may connote something that is sexual in nature?
It was, yes, something being hot. That was the translation and it was not disputed.
I'm actually expressing my appreciation there for what I was seeing. I'm expressing my appreciation for what I was seeing on her status picture.
And then there was no conversations really further except for the emojis that you both sent to each other up until the 15th of June.
Correct.
So 5 days later.
Correct, yes.
So this lack of response, can we not see from that she had a disinterest or discomfort in engaging with you?
Response to what?
And the fact that she did not engage with you for 5 days.
I don't agree with you. On 10 June, I expressed appreciation. At 20:04, at 20:15, she responds with a winking emoji. We've got an idea of what it may mean. I understood it to be flirtatious, nevertheless. Then next to that, there's a laughing one with tongue out. I reciprocated at 21:25. So the conversation was started by me. There is nothing of moment. So she could resuscitate. I could resuscitate. I'm the initiator. As you say, 15 days down the line, I initiated a conversation.
I did not say 15 days. I said for 5 days. There were no conversation between the two of you.
Sorry, from 10 to the 15th of June, yes, there were none.
Did that not show you that she did not want to engage in conversation with you?
No.
All right, then let's turn to the 15th of June.
Yes.
Once again, it's you initiating the conversation at 2 minutes past 8 that
Correct.
evening.
Correct.
Would you agree that this is an inappropriate time to send messages?
I disagree. I've previously said it's a matter of convenience, and you've got to check with the other person whether it's convenient with them as well, regardless of time, as long as it does not impede on work.
And this reply of yours can be seen as light-hearted.
Which one?
That emoji of yours.
That emoji.
That
which
laughing
one?
emoji. It's light-hearted.
The one at 20:02?
Yes.
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 But I did explain it at some point. At a social level, perhaps let's read it. Ndisemhle ekujikeni kwelanga. This is the complainant status message.
The direct translation of that, Chair, would be, I am still beautiful in the afternoon hours.
That is a message referred to everybody, including me, because I am not barred from viewing her status pictures. And the answer, well, the response, it was more a light-hearted chat, as you say, but more pertinently, I found it a bit immodest for one to talk about themselves. But as you say, I agree with you. It's a light one.
And in reply to your light-hearted message, the complainant then responded by attempting to redirect the conversation towards professional topic. She made the exchange work-related.
Let's read it. Motion court was getting on my nerves. And then there's this emoji. It may mean a number of things depending on context, yes. Knocked off not so long ago. So if that's a response within seconds, because there's 2002 within seconds, there's 2002. I don't agree that she was avoiding being engaged in a flirtatious chat, if I understood the question correctly.
Well,
By saying that, I don't understand her to be saying, let's not talk about something else. I want us to talk about this one.
She said that she wanted to keep it professional. It's work-related. She wanted, so we have to read into it according to her that she wanted to maintain a professional boundary between the two of you.
I did not understand it that way.
Now, taking into account her previous non-responsiveness, she's not really replying to your messages for 5 days. There were no messages. And in fact, and the fact that she did not respond, it was strictly, and when she responded, it was strictly within work context. Would you not agree that she was consistently trying to avoid personal or informal interaction?
I disagree.
During this conversation, you made a remark about her work ethics, which you testified made her feel seen and acknowledged. So you wanted her to feel nice about herself.
Let's go to the relevant portion. Not that I'm saying there's nothing like that, because we need to know the page and the time.
That would be on 1180,
Yes.
where at 10 minutes past 8.
Where I say niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi.
Yes. And the translation that we got is, I know you, you work.
Plural, ndiyanazi.
Can I give the direct translation,
Yes.
Advocate? The direct translation of niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi, you in plural form, or we might as well put it this way. I know you guys, you work hard.
Yes, that's a translation that you got. So you were commenting on her, not only her, but her and her judges' work ethics, the way that they are working. They work
Absolutely,
hard.
yes.
So she
Yes.
felt appreciated and seen.
Yeah. And the judge too. I must confess, she was one of the judges who delivered in my division, especially during COVID.
That's what the complainant also testified, that during COVID, they were a team that worked very hard.
Indeed, so when most people were fearful of getting anywhere near the courtroom, she was valiantly availing herself and going to court. So it's plural. I acknowledged both the judge and her.
Would you agree that while appearing complimentary, this can be seen as a strategic way to break down professional boundaries and create familiarity, as Lisa Witten has testified?
I disagree.
The complainant further testified that even though your message referred to her work, it felt inappropriate given the circumstances. Specifically, that you had your own secretary and that any official communication regarding her performance could and should have been conveyed through the appropriate channels, and she indicated that should be through her judge.
I disagree with the proposition insofar as it seeks to set out a particular protocol in relation to how people should converse with who and how and when. It's a lengthy question loaded with a number of things, but I have elected to say I disagree.
The complainant felt that you needed to convey work-related messages through her judge, and do you accept that your decision to communicate with her directly, work-related, late at night, and in a personal manner bypassed these professional norms?
I disagree. Nothing prevented me from talking about anything with the complainant, including work-related things. I did not need the permission of somebody else, even to appreciate her work ethic.
If we go to 16 June, that is on 1182. You agree with me, 16 June is a public holiday and there's no work-related reason for communication on that day?
Correct. There's no, I agree only that 16 June is a public holiday. I'm not sure about the second half of the question. What is it?
That there's no reason, work-related reason for communication on that day?
There's no work-related reason.
Yes.
I disagree.
We don't see any work-related conversations on this day.
No, what I'm saying is I disagree. I agree that it was a public holiday, but I disagree that because it was a public holiday, then I had to be measured in how I communicate with whosoever, including the complainant. I could communicate about anything. Then whoever then I'm communicating with, it was available to them to say, I don't want to talk to you. Then I would understand.
All right, but if we look at these messages on the 16th of June, there was no work-related issues to be discussed on that day. Do you agree with me?
There was no work-related issues as a matter of what? As a matter of tradition or as a matter of etiquette? I don't understand the question.
There was no conversations, work-related conversations.
Oh, so on 16 June, there were no work-related conversations. Let me look at it, because I need to read
When
it.
you started the conversation, there was nothing that you needed to discuss with her work-related.
Why not? I disagree, ma'am.
Show us where you needed to discuss
No,
work-related
no, I'm
issues
just
with her.
saying on 16 June, I see her status and I comment thereon. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's a social issue. And there I express appreciation for what I was seeing. If I remember well, it was a zip line or some zip line. Then she says it is a stress reliever. And then I say Andiswa because I've got phobia when it comes to heights. She laughs at that. And then she stress Sandoni, what is this stress about? And then a work-related topic is introduced by her.
By her,
Yes.
yes.
A work-related issue which has got context. True,
Now-
I act strong, but am in shreds, in all honesty, after the court manager.
After she told you about the fact that this is a stress reliever and she had stress about this interaction with the court manager, she testified that she was seeing a psychologist as a result of her interaction with the court manager. She took this opportunity to tell you that she has stress. That's correct. She is telling you that she has stress.
Yes.
She testified that the reason she wanted to inform you that she has stress is because she told you about this incident between herself and the court manager, and she did not receive any feedback on that issue.
I took measures to try some form of reconciliation. There's evidence not only in my affidavit, but oral evidence through my secretary, at least for now, that I did take some steps to try and have persons that we share space with reconcile with one another. I could have done that even if I had been a watchman, if I caught wind of it.
A what?
Even if I had been a watchman in that building and I catch wind of the fact that there are two people who are not seeing eye to eye.
The conversation on that day went quite far about her emotional well-being and the trauma related to this workplace incident. There's a few
Yes.
pages dealing with that.
Yes.
Now, in this context, seeing what she said here, do you accept that she was emotionally vulnerable at this stage? Because she told you that she is stressed out?
Yeah. She says, and could we please have an interpretation? At 1701 at page 1182. True, I act strong but am in shreds because I ask, what is this stress about? In all honesty, after Nditukwe court manager, I'm literally pushing myself, otherwise andindim. So she says, after I had been insulted by the court manager, I find myself in this situation. So here I am being engaged in this, and as you say, it points to her being in shreds, or
Vulnerable.
she says, I don't feel being myself. Then I respond and say, because I can't now apportion time, whether it was before or after the office interaction. But it was my attempt at demonstrating that as JP, I don't want to be drawn into this dispute, basically. So in terms of my power being invoked, I was exiting and saying, please. But at the same time, I thought it wise to give some few words of advice.
And the reason why you gave her advice is because you could see that she is emotionally vulnerable because of that situation at this stage.
I could not see her, I did not see her, but from the conversation, purely from the conversation's perspective.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Despite this, knowing that she's emotionally vulnerable, you
Advocate
inject...
Skippers, where do you, we see stress.
Yes.
Where do you get vulnerability?
At one
Is that your own interpretation of being stressed?
she says, I'm literally pushing myself. Otherwise, I'm not my normal self. That's what she says.
She's not saying she's vulnerable. Where do you get vulnerability?
I will put it to you that she says she's stressed and she's not a normal self.
Yes, the conversation establishes that, but let's pause a bit. Sorry to have to do this. My own assessment of the situation was that insofar as it had been indicated that the court manager had insulted her, I did not want to downplay that, but at the same time, I did not want to upplay that. And I did not want to be involved as a JP in any event. So I can't take it beyond that.
And as a person that wanted a personal relationship with her,
What
didn't
of
you
it?
want to get involved there to try and assist her?
No,
Because
but
you
then,
wanted to pursue a relationship with her.
but then that's exactly my point. Insofar as I am dragged into a dispute, we just have an idea of this dispute because there's this so-called initial complaint. Insofar as I was being drawn into that as JP, I exited.
Thank you. Then, after you've spoken about this dispute and how she should react to that, giving her advice, at 17:15, at 17:15, when the complainant said to you that she will try and get better.
1180?
Say again?
1180 what?
88.
Oh, there's quite a jump, but it's fine.
Do you want us to go through all the messages?
That is not what I'm suggesting, but I'm saying I will go to 1188, but if need be, please be tolerant with me because I may have to move back a bit for context's sake.
Thank you. When the complainant said she would try to feel better, I'll get better. You replied by saying you would be happy and give her a hug.
Yes.
Was this
Well, I said I'll be happy, and then I sent that emoji that I believe expresses happiness and give you a hug.
with a hug emoji?
Yes, that is correct.
So was this an offer of physical comfort?
Was it an offer of physical comfort?
Mm.
Yes.
Yes. The complainant testified that at that point she momentarily melted because she felt understood and comforted, and she recognized that she needed a hug for emotional support. That's what she testified.
I'm listening. What is the question?
Now, seeing that she already told you that she is stressed and she's not herself, do you not see that this is inappropriate to invite or to make suggestive or flirtatious comments?
A hug is a hug. What it generates between a man and a woman is a matter of logic and biology. So a hug can serve as a stress reliever, but that is what she invited me to do.
Why do you say she invited
She
you to
says,
do that?
she says, and she, if you look at 1188, after 1715, the latter is exciting, mhlambe kungangcono.
Sorry, say again, where are you?
Page 1188.
Yeah. At 17?
1715.
Yeah.
Let's start here. She says, at first, at 1715, you are disciplined. Once you have a principle, you'll be like an eagle. And then thereafter, dealing with my earlier statement, I'll be happy, and I show something about happiness and give you a hug. Her response at the bottom of 1188, maybe let's go for 1189, at 1716, with a dancing emoji, also with a hug, that's reciprocation. The latter is exciting. Mhlambi kungangcono. Maybe it would be better if I get a hug.
Maybe it would be better, yes, that's the direct translation.
Yes, and she explained while she testified that at that moment she realized that she needed a hug because of her emotional state.
I hear your statement in relation to how he testified.
And after that, you took it further. You made it more suggestive.
Yes.
Because then you said, as long as it won't generate warmth.
Yes, but then we must remember that this was a telephone chat, a cellular phone chat. I don't even know where she was. She might have been in Makanda. I may have been in Umtata or Gqeberha for that matter. So that is now what flirtation and chats are about. When people talk, yet they are 200 kilometers apart. It is not that at that very moment, then I was there, but I understand what you are saying. Or I hear what you are saying.
She replied, when you said that as long as it won't generate warmth, she replied to say, how is that possible? Because she testified that a hug is warm. So she was making it not, she was taking it away from flirtatious conversation according to her evidence. Because a hug is warm, because it's two people hugging each other.
Yes, of the opposite sex, at least to begin with. Then she says, how is that possible? She says that laughingly. There are two laughing emojis there.
Yes, she said it is a laughing matter because if you hug someone, there is warmth involved.
True. We are on par.
And she said that it's not sexual warmth, it's warmth because two people hugging each other. That's what she testified.
Yes, I'm just saying that is possible depending on how the hug is meted out, but basically a hug can lead to a number of things. That's why I say as long as it won't generate warmth. But still, I concede in a flirtatious context.
From your side, yes.
True.
She testified that she was not flirtatious, and then you continued to say it could, meaning it could generate warmth.
And then later on I say, please come up front. I would like you to express yourself freely in relation to that. Then,
Meaning that she did not come up front because she did not want to give you an answer.
no, I did not understand it that way. Certainly not if regard is had to the conversation as embodied here. Because also she says, we'll see. We'll see means sawubona. In other words, we will test it when it eventually happens.
That reply of hers, we'll see, with the laughing faces and the see no evil monkeys, was described during evidence here before the tribunal as an attempt to deflect discomfort without directly confronting you, because she did not know how to confront you, according to her evidence.
Yes, that was testified to by an expert. I'm not going to comment on the quality of her evidence and everything else. I restrain myself from doing that. But the reason why I'm raising it is, yes, somebody would like to read something after the fact. The very same person that you are talking about never consulted me when, as a matter of law, he was supposed to do that.
We have two versions on that, the complainant's version as well, and the expert.
I was not addressing necessarily that. What I'm saying is, you are correct, there is an expert who testified. But then I'm also saying, she testified, she never consulted with me. As a matter of law, she should have done that. And that would have given weight to what she was saying.
Do you understand that emojis and vague responses are not an indication of consent or reciprocation, but possibly a coping mechanism in an uncomfortable situation, like the complainant testified? She was trying to cope.
Cope with what?
The messages.
How so? I don't understand.
She
what
did
you're
not
saying.
know how to respond to you, and you kept on messaging her.
No, but from what I'm seeing here, it is a far cry from the proposition that you are making, at least where I'm seated. And as I peruse things, as I peruse these pages and seeing what was happening at that moment.
The complainant testified that your original comment about giving the hug was acceptable, but your subsequent remarks made the interaction, according to her, inappropriate.
I disagree.
Why did you not stop after you offered her support with regards to the interaction with the court manager? Why did you continue with this conversation?
Why did I not? Why did I stop doing what?
Messaging the complainant.
Because I never gleaned from the interaction that she was unhappy or that the conversations were unwelcome. And indeed, from a reading of what was happening, for instance, at 1190, sometimes some things are better when not said, sawubona, and so on and so forth.
Meaning she did not want to talk.
No,
she
that's
did not
not
want to say things.
No, that's not what it means.
It can mean that. It can mean that some things are better not said because she knew that she had to respect you.
I disagree. I disagree with the interpretation that you are giving. From the perspective that I am saying, insofar as whether these chats were welcome or unwelcome, I have not come across anything conveyed to me that should make me believe that it is unwelcome. Even at the point where we are at 1190. I don't regard what she was saying there as a rebuff. On the contrary, I believed that I was being led on. That is me. That is how I saw it.
She further testified that she felt that you were using these suggestive remarks to gain her attention in a way that made her uncomfortable. That's what she testified.
I hear you say she did. Yes, noted. In other words, I'm saying I note what you are saying as to what she was saying. Of course, you've not put any question to me.
Do you agree with that or not?
No, I don't agree with the statement. That's why I'm engaging you, just to be sure where we are, because I don't want to be misquoted.
Then the conversation became more sexual. When
Correct.
you asked at 1724, Are you quick to melt?
Correct?
What exactly did you mean by that question?
A hug generates warmth that may result in a sensual type of interaction at that particular point in time.
Sensual or sexual?
I just say sensual to begin with.
But it could also lead to sexual, according to what you wanted.
Come again?
What you wanted. That is what you were interested in her, and you wanted a sexual relationship out of this.
I was flirting with her. I was exploring the possibility of a romantic relationship. I thought I said that.
Then she did not respond to you immediately, because we can see that you then asked her, talk to me. You were prompting her to give a response to what you just asked her.
Yes, indeed, because I wanted to be sure that we are together. Or we were together.
You wanted to pressure her to give you an answer. That's what she testified.
No, I was
When
not
she did not-
pressurizing her
Can I finish
into
my
giving an
question?
answer.
Can I finish my question?
Sorry?
She testified that on numerous occasions when she kept quiet, you would keep on asking her the same question, and that is why she responded the way she responded, because she knew that you wanted a certain answer. Otherwise, you would not stop. And we can see that in the history of
What
the
is the
messages.
question then, ma'am?
The complainant did not respond immediately. Her silence should have indicated that she did not want to answer, but you kept on pressurizing her for an answer. Talk to me.
What is the question?
Why did you keep on pressuring her?
I was not pressurizing her.
You were.
I disagree.
The complainant testified that when someone keeps pressing her for an answer, it becomes annoying to her. She felt compelled to respond the way she thought you wanted her to respond. That is why she said, depends.
I disagree. I actually engaged her pertinently and I said, please open up. Let's talk about it. Are you quick to melt? Talk to me about it. Then she says it depends. So it's sensual in that context.
From your side, but not from her. She knew, according to what she testified, that you would not be satisfied with another answer. That is why she answered the way she answered.
That is what she's saying. My view is it is not borne out by these conversations immediately before, during, and immediately thereafter. Because there's temperature, there is things like marinade work before the heat on the same night.
She further testified that she realized that this conversation is now heading into, and this is her words during testimony, disgusting direction. Yet you persisted. And when she didn't respond in depth, because she said, depends, then you asked her at a stage, are you still thinking?
I will answer this question the same way I did, and I'm saying you better read the entire conversation. It is during the same night that she said it would mean the marinade worked before the heat. It is the same night where she said, stop wriggles. She was saying to me, please be explicit. She was saying to me that is not disputed, and many other things that I don't want to necessarily deal with. But I'm trying to say, within the context of that discussion, she did not convey to me the understanding that you are postulating and proposing to me. That's why I disagree with what you are saying.
She testified that she tried to steer the conversation away from the line of questioning by saying that she was cooking, indicating that she was distracted and not interested in engaging in your suggestive questions. And she was questioned at length by the chair to ask, did you mean oven temperature? Did you mean it the literal way or the figuratively? And she said, literally. The marinade means marinade, because she wanted to steer it away from the way you wanted the conversation.
That is a riddle in this context. I did not understand it that way. I didn't understand it that way, especially if you continue and read what was being discussed. It is at that very same night where she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word surprise.
After all these messages that happened between the two of you, she testified that the nature of your messages made her feel like she was already undressed.
I
at that
disagree.
stage.
I disagree with the notion that she felt undressed, because there's nothing that I said, the effect of which would be to cause her to feel undressed. We were just engaged in a flirtatious discussion. And from that discussion, and based on what I am seeing here, I disagree that those chats were unwanted.
Then you continue in all your conversations, you continue to re-ask questions by replying on your own questions. If we go to 1192, you replied with a hearing aid on your question if you happen to have melted step 1.
Yes.
You wanted to take her back to that conversation when she wanted to steer it away,
Correct. Yes.
meaning you demanded an answer.
I was not demanding an answer. I was engaging her in a flirtatious discussion, and she ended up being engaged therein, and she never gave me to understand that she did not want the chats in the manner in which they unfolded. And I'm saying that in the context of what was discussed prior to where you are pointing to, during, and thereafter.
The complainant replied to that hearing aid with the laughing emojis, and she testified that that was just emojis that she used, just to give an answer. You were not satisfied with her answer, because you said again, at 17:34, she replied to your message, Dimamele, and the translation we got that time was, I'm listening. Is that correct, Ms. Interpreter?
Yes, that's correct. Correct.
Again, you are still prompting her for an answer, because you're not satisfied the way she's answering you.
You can call it prompting, but at the same time, for you to look at it and conclude that it is prompting in the sense that it is unwanted, it does not find support from the very thing that you are pointing to at 1733, because she laughs. And I don't regard that as a rebuff. And I addressed myself in relation to that. Even before we had experts, I poured my heart out on these subjects.
On that question that you posed again, I'm listening, she posted 3 zipped lips emojis, clearly indicating, according to her, that she did not want to engage in conversation with you. She's not saying anything.
No, the context is immediately thereafter. I'm saying when she sends those 3 emojis zipping their mouths, I then say, Teta way to talk to me, and then she sends something laughing. Then thereafter she says, Qala undiqelele ukuba lo step 1 that you are talking about.
First, tell me about the step 1 that you are talking about.
That was
That's the
flirtatious.
translation.
You are jumping over what I'm asking you. You are prompting her to reply to you. In fact, there's 3 messages of you that were deleted.
Where am I?
Again, please speak on 1192.
Sorry, ma'am.
1734, 1735, and 1739. 3 messages of yours have been deleted. So you were continuing messaging her, trying to elicit an answer from her.
Yes.
Now, don't you see that as pressurizing her to answer?
No, not at all.
That is
No.
not flirtatious, because it's not coming from her.
I don't see it the way you do.
In the beginning, I put your own words to you, where you said that you can read the room when someone does not answer. You can see that they don't want that. This is clearly an indication that you did not read the room here.
I disagree with you. I didn't see it the way you do. These discussions has got its ebbs and flows from both parties at relevant twists and turns, and it must be considered in its entirety. So it is from that perspective that I disagree with you, Counsel.
When she testified, she said those messages, because I asked her if she could recall what messages were deleted there.
Yes.
She testified that she cannot recall, according to her testimony, some of the messages you deleted included pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick. This made her feel deeply uncomfortable. That is why she did not reply to you.
Could we please deal with 1192 in the context of what you are saying? What date was this, by the way?
16 June.
Yes, 16 June. So she testified in relation to what happened on 16 June. We will need to look at her complaint in relation to what she says happened on the 16th of June. We should consider that together with what she said here.
That is correct.
Yes.
But you know, as a judicial officer, that evidence under oath is tested under cross-examination. She indicated that she did not have assistance drafting her statement, her initial complaint.
I don't believe that what you are saying is correct. She got all the assistance one could have gotten under the sun. Here is why I say that. She was at the office of the OC, at the office of the Chief Justice. I'm not talking about the Chief Justice himself necessarily. I'm talking about the institution. She interacted with a legally qualified person. We were told as to how she was assisted. We know now in formulating the so-called initial complaint. We also have a clue that the CJ is said to have expressed himself in relation to that, saying, this is not very clear, I'm not happy, or I'm dissatisfied. We know all those things. Now, that background is assistance. Now, sorry, ma'am. Furthermore, we now know, as we sit here, that any person would have been confused as to what was being spoken of, as I was when I was trying to respond to the initial complaint. We know that when eventually the complaint, which is serving before us here, was lodged, we now know that background, that assistance that was rendered, even attempts to steer her in a particular direction. Please, you see, your annexures don't tie in well with what you are saying and so on and so forth. If that is not assistance, then I don't know what assistance is.
Kutlwano testified that she only typed what the complainant narrated. So that is not assistance in assisting her on what to put in the complaint. That is what I'm referring to. She's the only one that is, gave the information that is on that statement.
No, ma'am. Kutlwana testified in relation to her role.
Yes.
My understanding of her role was rendering assistance one way or the other. She even, as far as we know now, transmitted to her something like a format. When you eventually lodge this complaint, because the so-called initial one does not seem to have been, to have reached any point where there was pertinent decision, at least speaking from where I am now. So we can't say there was no assistance. It is at that level that I'm saying assistance was rendered. And I don't query that assistance by a legally qualified Ms. Kutlwano Moretle. That is assistance. The fact that upon being told, you see, these annexures don't tie in well with some of your allegations, then eventually she comes with this complaint, which is now serving before us. There are certain paragraphs that are elicited, that are withdrawn or retracted, one of which is about the court manager. Then there's a perspective. This is what happened on 14. A day later, this is what happened on 15.
JP,
But what I'm saying
with
is,
all due respect, I think you are now arguing. My question was to say that on that day she testified that she was sent pictures of a sexual nature and she had to pick one of them. That was her evidence during her testimony.
Sorry, ma'am. Remember, you said something about assistance. You are saying as a layperson, and then you said something. What I've been trying to explain, I may have gone overboard, and as you say, I may have argued. Put aside that. All I was trying to say is she had all the assistance under the sun. Assistance was rendered. At least I'm dealing with that part of the question. Could I hear and then the rest of the questions?
My initial question was, and then you referred to the statement, her testimony.
Please don't disrupt proceedings. The interruption has stopped. Can we continue?
Thank you, Chair. According to her evidence, when she testified, she testified that on 1192, when I asked her about these messages that were deleted, she
Yes.
indicated that some of them were pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick, and this made her feel deeply uncomfortable.
I disagree that that was what happened. We can also compare that with what she said under oath in her affidavit. That is why I at some point said, from time to time, there's something that is said here which flies in the face of what was said, both in the initial so-called complaint and this one. When I say this one and what was testified to here.
She tried to refrain from the discussion. That's what she testified. And then she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
Testifying that she was confused by your reference.
She was, when she said what?
She said that when you said, first tell me about that, she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
She said that she was confused about your reference. We don't know what the conversation was because it is deleted.
Yes.
She testified that she was confused.
Confused about what? Confused her?
The reference. She didn't understand the messages.
Which messages? The deleted ones?
She said, first tell me about that step one that you're talking about.
Yes. I see that. And then she says, stop, sorry, being what? When I said position one, then she says, being, question mark. Then she says, stop riddles in a laughing manner. In other words, she's saying, please be explicit. And I regard this as somebody who's saying, man, let's talk business. Let's get into it. Stop riddles. Stop your byways and hedges. Then oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I hope you remember what question was being asked, and hopefully the JP will remember what answer was being given. Just for clarification to the participants and maybe members of the public in here, you would have noticed that some people barged into the proceedings with some placards, and the Secretariat wanted to find out what the situation is, whether they should be kept out of proceedings and the like. And just as a matter of public information, the Secretariat has been informed that these proceedings are open. Any member of the public can come in and listen as they wish, but they should not come in to come and perform on stage in here, because we are only the people who are authorized to perform on this stage. Members of the public coming in, they can come in and sit in, but they mustn't come and turn this into a theater to perform some activities that would interrupt us. I thought that should be clarified. We are not saying members of the public should not come in, but we have a problem if they come in and perform on the stage. Thank you. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. She was refraining from the discussion by asking, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about. That was the last question that you were answering now. And then you replied with position one, which has a clear sexual undertone.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Then she immediately thereafter says, being stop riddles.
Yes, she did reply with the stop riddles. Then you replied, assuming melting occurs evenly, that is continuing this sexual theme.
Correct. And she says that is not disputed in answer at 1753. And then at 1194, she says everything has a name.
So on that, her replies was again to you, reinforcing that question. So position one of action. You wanted her to say position one of action.
I was engaging her in a sensual discussion, and I did not see any rebuff. I was not made to understand that it was unwelcome.
Now on that response by her from I will go with any, but I like the word surprise that you just mentioned.
Page 1195.
Yes.
Thank you.
You testified about that now. She testified, because I asked about that response of hers. She testified that she responded in this manner because she knew that even if she had said no, you would have continued with this conversation.
That answer that you are referring to, all I can say about it, it is not an expression of unwantedness. On the contrary, it is something that conveys her desire to engage in this type of sensual talks, sexual talks, so to speak. I'll go with whichever position, but there's a word I like, surprise. So the notion that she was not responding when she was saying that is not correct. She was actually conveying a choice in the context of the topic that was being discussed.
On her testimony, the fact that she said that she replied to this because she wanted to exit this conversation can be seen, because after this, there's a lot of messages from you, but none from the complainant on that day.
I disagree.
How can you disagree? We have it here.
No, I disagree with the fact that from what we see here, it is one evincing a determination of not being willing to engage in the topic. She had actually, in a very deep way, she had actually been outright, explicitly sexual when she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word I like, surprise. That's a pertinent answer. It is as deep as it is. It is flirtatious. It emanates from the complainant.
She agreed that it sounded flirtatious, but she qualified that by giving her evidence in chief when she testified that she told you this because she knew you would not understand any other question and she wanted to get out of this conversation. And I'm putting it to you, that can be seen from the rest of the messages that day. Only messages from you after this, none from the complainant.
I disagree. That statement is not a light statement. It is very explicit. It is highly sexual from the complainant, an adult lady.
And despite her not replying to you further, you continued to saying, but you cannot have a favorite position. You were prompting her. You wanted her to explicitly message you, but she refrained from that.
Yes. I may have what you call, you may seated there say that it's something like an overkill, in the sense that she had responded explicitly. But when I further engaged her, it was still within the context that she had responded the way she did. I keep maintaining that it is highly sexual, it is deeply sexual, it is highly explicit, it is a response, it is pertinent. For that matter, that was at 1816, 1839, 1848, and then at 2319, I indicated that I'm retiring to bed. So there is this notion about many activities were engaged in from my side, if anything hinges on that. The point I'm simply making is she was explicit, the messages were highly sexual, she had given an answer, she had earlier on prompted me to be explicit, and the response is likewise explicit. Stop riddles. If I remember somewhere, she then said, you know what? If he could only come out clear. But be that as it may, I'm saying that answer is pregnant with meaning.
You said context a lot of times during your evidence. You said context is important.
Correct.
The complainant gave the context to this message. The last message she sent to you was at 1816. You continued messaging her for 5 hours without her responding to you.
Please contextualize it. It's not as if when you say for 5 hours, every minute of that 5-hour period, I was talking. So let's look at it. She had been very explicit. She had been very, very outright. She had made a choice. She would like to engage sexually, and this is me testifying about what I understood this to mean. And I don't want to read something less than what I am seeing here. I'll go with whichever sex position, but there's a word I like, which is surprise. That is a pertinent answer. In my view, everything else that was happening does not change that position. That does not make what was being discussed unwanted.
You are not answering me. You are going away from that question. We are past that reply from her. I say, after that, you continued not every minute. That's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
There's messages from you from 1838 until 2319.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's a lot, but
Yes.
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages from
Yes.
you. No reply from the complainant for 5 hours.
She might have been asleep.
Or she might not have been asleep.
Correct.
She testified that she did not want to continue this conversation.
I'm giving my version today, and I've stated my version. Within the context of what we are about, this message does not convey unwantedness. On the contrary, it conveys wantedness. I like. So whether something happened an hour or two or whatever, it doesn't serve to change what I'm saying. I read as I read it now, insofar as it is to assist in a determination of the issues at hand. It is quite explicit. It is a response. It tells me that I like surprise. It's too explicit. It's highly sexual. It is an informed statement. And I understood it the way it is. So I do understand, ma'am, your proposition as to her evidence. This is the moment for me to give my side of the story.
But even on your side of the story, going back to saying where you made the statement, you can read the room. If someone do not reply for hours, then that means they don't want this conversation. That is your own words.
No, I disagree with the proposition, the way you are putting it. And there is a risk of me being repetitive and bordering on being argumentative. But context tells us where we are now, that the complainant had been very explicit about what she was saying.
Can we move on to the next point, please?
Yes. I'm going to move to the 17th of June 2021. That's on 1196. There you started the conversation that evening at 1938 saying you are not going to work. And in context, that was where there was this taxi strike. Is that correct?
Correct.
So she replied to you to say that she is actually at work at that time of night. They have two urgents.
Correct.
Now, seeing that there's a lot of conversation then about the taxi strike.
Yes.
And also court. I don't want to go into everything, otherwise we will not finish.
Yes.
Then she said she can chat later. I'm still busy at work.
Yes.
Then she's later that night at 21:19 she
Yes, she says we will chat later because I'm still busy at work.
And then she said at 21:17 just got home.
But then when she says we will chat later, I then say yes, we will chat later. But then at 21:14, I indicate that I have retired to bed because when I say it means I'm asleep or I'm now going to bed. But then at 21:17, 3 minutes after that, she then tells me that she just got home. So after I had said I'm asleep, she then comes up. She says, well, here am I. And the conversation continues.
And then she indicated to you that they will have to start again at 5 o'clock the next morning. So she's very busy. She must be tired.
Correct.
Again, talking about the Makanda strike, I don't want to go into everything.
Yes.
But then telling it's stressful because of the Makanda strike. Then you go again and say at 1198, 21:27.
Where does she say it's stressful? I'm at page 1190.
Isn't the strike stressful?
Whose
she
strike?
She said rough. She said it was rough.
No. You are talking about stress. I'm checking with you based on what is said at 1197 and 1198. Where does she talk about stress? I want you to show me.
1196, 1955. Doesn't that indicate that?
Sorry, page?
1196.
1196, yes.
1955.
1955.
Yes.
She says Beku rough.
Meaning it is rough. The strike is rough.
No, she was not part of the strike. Let me just talk about Beku rough. It could mean many things. In the sense that she is a secretary, she sits in court, the arguments may have been heated, there's so many things. In my view, nothing much turns on that. But certainly it does not convey the meaning that you are conveying to me.
No,
Or
she
I disagree.
testified that the video just before that one was a video of the taxi strike, and then you continue to even say that the strike is continuing tomorrow. So this is in relation to the taxi strike.
Ma'am, all I'm saying is there's nothing that says I am stressed because of what is happening. That's all I'm saying. You made mention of this word stress.
Chair, can I assist? I do think, I really don't want to temper the JP can defend himself, but I do think when things are put in as a fact, it's important to indicate where they are, rather than an interpretation of the evidence leader. I think it confuses the witness when the evidence leader puts an interpretation and puts it as evidence. I'm just appealing that we're not going to finish if something like this, which says Begu Raf, is presented that it's stress, because that's an interpretation. And I think it's important for fairness not to twist, not to interpret, but to put to him what it is. I just think, I won't interrupt again. I'm pleading with the evidence leader, because I know her role is that to check everything for truth. If it was the counsel for the complainant, I would understand. I'm appealing to her.
Yes. Advocate Skeppers, my note with regard to that is that she said it was rough, right? It was very difficult because some of the protesters were close to the court.
It can be a matter of interpretation, but that's not the point I wanted to make. I was interrupted. The conversation remained generally work-related because of the taxi strike, the motions that they had, urgent motions, and then they have to be back at 5 o'clock until 21:25 on 1198. Then you started at 21:27. You shifted the tone dramatically after she was talking about this difficult day. If I
As
can
long
put it
as,
like that.
as long as we have moved away from stress, because I did not read any stress, I hear what you are saying. There was this conversation between the complainant and I. She's talking about what was happening, and I was listening to that. I made my comments. She even engaged me further. Even tomorrow they are continuing, I suppose, with the strike. Maybe I could have spoken to the judge concerned. She could have said, well, it was really stressful. So many things can be said around it. But it is what it is, and we see it. Here it is.
To continue my question, you were talking about this difficult day of hers at work. It's 21:27 at night.
Yes.
Then you change the tone dramatically to turn it again sexual related.
At which point?
21:27 on 1198. Where were we last night? We were warming up.
But then let's start much earlier. So we will chat later. She's availing herself at 20:07. And then I say, oh yes, later indeed. Later, yes. But then come 21:14, I'm drowsy. I then retire to bed. She is the one who resuscitates the engagement. She says, just got home. And indeed, she had said, we will chat later. So what I'm trying to say here, which I've said initially and which I may keep repeating, context is very important. And context is everything. So I'm not sure exactly what proposition you are making, given what I am seeing here.
The complainant responded to that question of yours, where were we last night? We were warming up. She
Yes.
responded with an exclamation of shock. That was the translation that we got. And she testified when she gave her evidence that she was startled by your attempt to return to the inappropriate topic from the night before, a conversation she had already tried to shut down.
Thank you. There was no point where I understood her to have shut down any conversation. That is the starting point. The second point I wish to make is that what is at 2127 does not or did not convey to me a rebuff. That's the first thing, even if it is an expression of surprise, but I believed it was flirtatious. So that is my version.
She testified that why she said you are still going back to that is she wanted to tell you that she's now irritated with this. She did not want to engage in this. And you then continued at 21:28 to say purely because we were about to land. So you
Yes.
did not want to stop with that conversation.
Yes. Yes, it did not stop because there was no point where I was stopped. There's no point where I was rebuffed. And there is nothing from a reading of what I'm seeing here that constitutes a rebuff. On the contrary, as I said earlier on, after I had gone to bed, after she had said we will chat later, then when I had a message getting in with her telling me that she just got home, that was an invitation for us to further engage in our talk. And we did. And in the course of that, that is when I said, well, where were we? We were about to round off that topic that we discussed on the previous occasion. That is my version, ma'am. I hear what you say her version is. The version I am now articulating is mine. That is my understanding based on what I'm reading here.
Now, in her attempt to tell you that she does not want to converse in this way of messaging, the next message and the translation that we got that time, and it can be confirmed, is exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep. Doesn't that show you that she does not want to talk to you?
That can't be so if regard is had to the fact that I was the first to go to bed. She then resuscitated the topic in the context that she had said, I'm still busy, let's chat later. I sleep. She's the one who tells me that she just got home. And then I exclaim, we'll start again at 5. And then she talks about what was happening, my Counter Strike. And then I say, oh, now I understand. And then in the course of that, I made the point that I did at 21:27, and I did not, prior to that, see any point where there is a rebuff or any uncomfortable stance on her part. And indeed, when I say Besinda Woni, she then engages me. I don't see any rebuff even after I had revisited the topic. That is my version.
She testified the rebuff is that she replied in shock, and you are still going back to that with an exclamation.
There's nothing like a shock the way I saw it.
The next, when you said purely because we were about to land.
Yes.
She then said the exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep because I will wake up whilst you will still be sleeping. She testified that this was her way of trying to end the conversation and get you to leave her alone. That's what she testified.
That is what she testified. You are now pointing the tribunal to the mere ipse dixit of the complainant, which I regard as the mere say-so. The question of whether what she said is something to go by or not requires us to scrutinize what was happening, and I invite you to that. She had expressed exhaustion. I follow. Exhaustion will happen in an instance where you work after hours. And then I say purely because we're about to land, that was an indication that it's not something that's going to be lengthy, we were about to land. Then she says, then I say, I'm also going to be waking up at 2 to write a judgment. And I've made that clear that I was not just saying I was going to write a judgment. Indeed, I did write a judgment, and I was involved deeply in writing that judgment. So fact of the matter is, that's why I say ye draw. In other words, I'm saying our situations are alike. Ye draw at 21:30. Then she says, understood. Now, who else is going to read something that does not appear from this conversation. The way I'm putting it is a so to speak type of an address. I'm just simply saying, if we read this conversation, there's no rebuff. There's talks between the complainant and I. I'm asleep. She sees fit to wake me up after she had said we will chat later. I could easily say, for instance, to your proposition, and with due respect, where she says, we will chat later because I'm still busy at work. And then I say later, yes. And then 7 minutes thereafter, I feel drowsy and I indicate that I'm asleep. Then she tells me, just got home. But I can't be pedantic and say, now there she is now at 2017, 3 minutes thereafter, when she says just got home, it doesn't mean she was not weary. I can't say that. I can't say she was not tired because she had worked through the night. But what is important is that all I said, having been woken up by her initiating the chats by saying, I had said we'll chat later. I indicated that I had gone to bed. She tells me she just got home. I exclaim. She tells me that she's going to go back at 5. And then she also says, you will be asleep. I think there's something that she said about that. Usalele wena. Senzolala kuba I will wake up usalele wena. Then naturally I had to tell her that, look, I'm multitasking. I'm going to write a judgment. Yidro, our situations are the same. I wrote a landmark judgment. It's reported.
You keep on saying she woke you up. It's not the correct way. 3 minutes after you sent that message, she replied to your message. It's not that she woke you up, that she wanted to talk to you.
No, that's not necessarily the point.
That is what you are testifying.
Let me explain what I was saying. I am saying, when I say ZZZ, it means I am retiring to bed. She had said, we will chat later. And I said, yes, later. So at that point, there was understanding between the two of us. We were ad idem, so to speak. So basically, I woke up then because a message got in. If a message had not gotten in, I would have slept my night through and woken up to write the judgment as I had said I did. And I did write the judgment.
And what she testified is, in her reply, she wanted to steer it away from that sexual tone of messages. And then, indeed, you started talking about the fact that you have to get up early, write a judgment. So it was kind of work-related.
Then she ends up by saying, when I say, well, our situations are similar, she says, I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Because both of you are going to wake up early. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I was not suggesting that there's anything wrong. I'm simply saying I am at pains to, besides being at pains to understand what exactly is being proposed or the proposition that is being made. The point I am making is that we were chatting and nothing here from what I see indicates any form of rebuff.
You reminded the complainant also to delete messages.
Correct?
And she said not to worry about that.
Correct?
And that made you at ease that she's now going to delete your chats.
Correct?
The complainant testified, and we're now on 1200.
1200, yes.
There's a lot of messages that was deleted. Is that correct? That we can see here.
Firstly, I disagree with the notion that there were a lot of messages that were deleted. At 21:30, in all probability, seated where I am now, it could, and I believe it was one and the same thing. It was a chat. So 21:30, it could have been one and the same thing. I am trying to contextualize your proposition that there were many messages.
On that page, 8 messages were deleted. Is that not many?
let's call it many, yes.
Thank you. The
We
complainant,
could also call it few if we move from the premise that I would send something and delete it at the same time. Send it once or twice or thrice. Given that there's 2130, 2130, below there's 2133, 2133. Those were chats, they were sensual chats, and the only clue that we get therefrom is my question to clearly a statement that she had made. I could never have asked a question to myself, but what we know is she says, don't worry about that, whatever we were discussing.
the complainant testified that you also sent her sexually explicit WhatsApp stickers referred to as H1 and H2, and that could have been some of these. She's not sure if it was these messages that were deleted, but it could have been the messages.
H1 and H2
Yes.
are the subject of, I believe, a mystery. I never sent those messages, and my phone was submitted, among other things, to Captain Botha, who found nothing of the sort from my phone.
That is correct.
I'm simply making a statement. I'm just saying to you, to the extent that it is being said, I sent H1 and H2, it is not correct. Anything beyond that constitutes argument. I don't want to enter into that because there are incongruities even on the complainant's own version in relation to H1 and H2. It is not only mysterious, it is something that the experts have actually found, I believe, was never sent by me.
But we also know that you continually delete things from your phone. So the fact that nothing was found, we cannot say it was there or it wasn't there, because you continually delete things.
Firstly, not within the context of what we were talking about. What we were talking here, it was a discussion. There is not the slightest suggestion, at least from what I'm seeing here, that I deleted a picture. Nothing of the sort. What we can see here, though, is that when I ask a question, I ask this question in the context that she must have said something. And then I say BJ equal to, was engaging her in relation to that. Then there's a response that says not to worry about that. It may have been a message about deletion. The chats were sensual. But if you say H1 and H2 was sent, I would then say, at what time was H1 and H2 sent and on what date? So that I can appropriately respond to your question. Because if a proposition is going to be made based on mere surmise, I don't think it is going to be proper or appropriate. So back to your question, I am said to have sent H1 and H2. Let's go to the affidavit. Let's see what is being said about H1 and H2 under oath. Page 17 of the consolidated bundle. The complainant at paragraph 13, I quote the last sentence, quote, he then sent me an image of a man muffing a woman. I was quiet and decided not to respond as he was sending these messages and pictures. Then she says H and H1, close quote. So I'm saying this is what she says under oath, which flies in the face of what she says. We now also know that Captain Botha did not find anything from my phone. At least you know from your side, because as I understand it, the affidavit of Captain Botha was handed in by consent. I'm just mentioning that. Apart from what Dr. Mello said about how a cell phone operates, I did not send H1 and H2. It is highly defamatory of the complainant to say that about me. And I am saying there are incongruities in the sense that I could spend 30 minutes and waste this tribunal's time demonstrating the incongruities purely at the level of fact about H1 and H2. But I'm just saying these were conversations. There was no H1 and H2 that was sent. Never by me.
Then what did that message of yours at 2132 BJ means?
It is a question.
Relating to what? It must be in relation to what was deleted there.
Let's speculate. She was probably saying, and it doesn't appear here because you want us to enter the realm of speculation. She was probably saying, I like BJ. And then I was saying, BJ equal to what? I was just prompting a discussion. So to the extent that we want us to enter into the realm of speculation in the sense that we know, and I believe, advocate, at least by now, you've got an idea about H1 and H2 and the problems that beset that. In terms of it being an allegation, you see, H1 and H2 is not a man muffing a woman, for that matter. That is the starting point. H1 and H2 has been tested by at least two experts. The one says the manner in which a cell phone operates is such that H1 and H2 could never have been sent, or at least that's my interpretation. That's a matter, of course, that will be the subject of discussion. But my understanding is that there is no such, and so says Captain Botha. So this insistence on H1 and H2, I do understand on your part. You are championing a particular cause, you are doing your job, but I'm reminding you that there are that proposition is beset by serious problems. It is repeated, but then I maintain my stance, and I have said I found that defamatory, hence there are crimen injuria proceedings. I'm not threatening anyone, I'm just mentioning a fact.
I put it to you that it is more probable that because we don't see any messages being deleted from the complainant, we only see messages being deleted from you, that there were messages sent of an explicit sexual nature, and that is why you asked the BJ, and we all know that it means blowjob. Is that
No,
correct?
I'm just saying there it is a realm of speculation. But my stance is that I did not send H1 and H2. And indeed, H1 and H2 are not the things that she swore to as having been what she now says was. Now look at it this way. H1 and H2 are superimposed into a very innocent, if I may put it like that, very innocent work-related. When I say innocent, I mean something as against flirtation in this instance, work-related stuff, as against flirtatious. It is superimposed there. And then we've got the evidence of Brenda. Everything around H1 and H2, ma'am, is highly mysterious. I was not expecting persistence in relation to that, but it is your choice. And my answer to that, I never sent it. And as you put it today, the way you are doing it, I'm saying to you, no, I did not send H1 and H2. And I am saying, even your postulation that there are probabilities, no, they can't be probabilities in an instance such as this one in favor of the complainant. That's just my version.
In my last question that I put to you about improbabilities, I never mentioned H1 and H2. I said it is more probable that the messages that were deleted were of a sexually explicit nature. I never mentioned H1 and H2.
No. H1 and H2 was mentioned in the context of what is at page 1200.
Can you just listen to what I'm putting to you now? The
Not then.
probabilities.
Thank you.
It is more probable that those three messages that was deleted before BJ, which
Yes.
we all know means blowjob,
Yes,
was of a sexually explicit nature.
correct.
So I don't understand why you're now
No,
arguing with
no,
me.
no,
That
no.
is the only thing that I asked you.
No,
It's of
sir.
a sexually explicit nature, and that is why you asked the blowjob.
No, sorry, ma'am. Initially, the proposition was about H1 and H2. Within the context of what is said to have happened as alleged at page 1200, I had to refute that. That is why I went probably in a roundabout fashion trying to appeal to you the way I did. From the onset, I am saying, yes, there were messages. They were highly sensual. They were deleted. And I am also saying, based on what I said earlier on, you can't say the complainant did not delete. All that is lacking is if you delete reference to quote unquote, this message was deleted, then you will end up having what we see. What I was not doing is to delete reference to this message was deleted. I never did that. But what I'm saying now is this is a conversation. I agree with you. It was highly explicitly sensual, mere conversation. But I'm refuting your suggestion that H1 and H2 featured at 1200.
And if we have a proper look at 1200, there's 15 messages on this page, you can count it. 11 of it comes from you.
Yes?
Now, if we read this room that we are talking about,
Yes.
how do we understand that the complainant was an active participant in these conversations? If you are the writer, the author of 11 of those messages.
Because, firstly, she says not to worry about that. Secondly, she says length. That is my answer. She was a participant.
And then she says, I'm busy. At the end of that conversation, she said, I'm busy.
Not only that, she says, sorry, man, I was busy. Bendi busy, uxolo.
Direct translation, I was busy. I'm sorry.
I don't make anything of that in the context of the quest, or put it this way, the engagement about whether chats were wanted or unwanted. I'm just saying on that page, the complainant was a participant. I was a participant. There's nothing in the form of a rebuff.
And if we look at probabilities, that message of yours with regards to the blowjob, it's more probable that there was a message of a male private part.
A message or a picture?
Can be message. A picture is a message. It's sent through a message, isn't it?
Let's distinguish between the two.
A picture of a private part.
I never send a private part picture to the complainant in any form. The record is going to reveal that I may have said this 100 times and it is persisted in. I never send a picture of my private part to the complainant. As for explicit discussions about sexual things, it speaks for itself.
Then the conversation ends that night at 21:55, and when she testified, she said at the end of that conversation, she felt groomed and cheap, as though she had lost her dignity.
That's not correct. That is what she says, but I don't agree with it, based on what appears on these pages that we are at now.
And despite her clearly ending this conversation, you messaged her again at 10:01 the following morning.
Sorry?
With the hearing aids.
Despite what happening?
Despite her clearly ending the conversation that night.
Who ended what and how?
She said, I was busy, I'm sorry. No conversation further. At 21:55.
Okay, I'm trying to. Oh yeah, at 21:55, she apologizes to me, saying, sorry, I was busy. Yes, I see that at 1201. It is repeated on the previous page. Now I see it's at 1201.
Yes.
So what is the question?
Despite her clearly ending this conversation, you then message her again at 10:01 in the morning. with a hearing aid emoji.
Yes.
And you indicated that you understood that as I'm listening, I'm waiting for a reply. So you were prompting her to converse with you.
But the starting point is your suggestion, which I don't associate myself with, which is that she ended the conversation. What we see is that at 21:55, that was her last conversation where she says, I was busy, I am apologizing to you.
But
So-
there was no further conversations from her.
Yes, that is correct. But there were further conversations from me. But the point I was trying to make is maybe I misunderstood you. She did not terminate discussions, or at least I was never made to understand that discussions had been terminated. So, same night, albeit that it's early morning, yes, I engaged her. And she engaged as well in the talks. Let's look at it. Gqibezela, LOL, especially Riento, she laughs at that. I ask her, am I wrong? She says, do, not at all.
Gqibezela Translation Council, it's for conclude.
Thank you. And then two, to a
Two
question,
stands
ingaba
for-
ndirongo?
Not at all. Ndirongo with a question mark. Am I wrong?
So what I can make of this is that the two of us continued conversing. That is the sum total of what I've been trying to convey by way of answer.
That is after you prompted her for a reply.
Correct.
Chair, I see it's almost lunch. I think we can stop here and then we can go into the 18th of June after lunch, if that's
Yes.
an appropriate.
But it is noted that the last message is 0052. Well, the first message of the 18th, 0052. It was followed by, this message was coming from you, JP.
The message at 0052, indeed, Chairperson, was coming from me. It was
And then-
responded to at 0351.
Yes. She responded to that message at 3:51.
Correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
We are now moving to the 18th of June 2021. That's on 1201.
Yes.
We already spoke about that message of yours at 0052. And then she replied to you to say that morning, getting ready for work. That was at 3:51.
Yes.
The complainant testified that she felt compelled to reply and said morning and indicated that she was getting ready for work.
I note what you are saying.
So again, you note what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm just listening to
Yeah.
you say something, but
So looking at this message is not inviting to converse further. Is that correct?
which one?
Her message. It's just a reply to yours. It's
Yes.
just to say morning, getting ready for work.
Yes, she didn't even have to reply at that point in time. I agree with you. But she elected to respond.
She testified that by replying in that way, she was trying to politely disengage and signal that she was busy and uninterested in continuing the previous night's topic. That's what she testified.
I hear what you're saying, but the proposition that you are making is not consistent with the rest of what was discussed beyond the point that you are referring to.
When she did not reply to that, when she did not reply further, that was the only message she sent. You then continued conversing with her. Is that correct? If we look
After
at
she
what's
did
here.
what?
She did not further converse with you. There's no messages from her. After that, there's 4 messages from you. Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, 0405, 0405, 0405. 3 messages were sent within seconds. Oh, well, the 4 of them, actually. All of them are written 0405, 0405, 0405, yes. And the one that is saying especially Riendo is sexual in nature. It attracted a response within a second. And then a question at 0406, and then at 0407, it attracted a sensual response, very explicit in nature.
On this message of yours, especially rear thing at 4:05, on a question by Advocate Mashaba yesterday, you said that you wanted to know about a sexual position.
It was still in that context, correct?
Can you explain to us why did you send that message at 4:05 in the morning when she told you that she's busy getting ready for work? Why do you start messaging her on a sexual nature?
I had no reason not to, given that we were in a flirtatious relationship. That there was nothing precluding me, as far as I'm concerned, from doing so. And indeed, it attracted a response.
Yes, only laughing emojis.
Exactly, yes.
That's
ma'am.
not a clear response.
Well,
It's rather a coping mechanism.
more importantly, am I wrong? The answer is not at all. You're not wrong. Two means not at all. So there was a flirtatious discussion once again.
From your side, you
Correct.
are pursuing this. You are persisting on getting an answer from her.
What is
When
the question?
she does not give you an answer, you say, am I wrong? So you are pressuring her to give you an answer.
No, I'm not pressuring.
Yes, you
I'm
are,
not
because she's not
pressuring.
answering.
No, I'm not pressuring. The word pressuring is of significance. I am not pressuring. I'm continuing with a conversation, and she too engages in that conversation. She doesn't say, no, I don't want to talk about this. In fact, she engages in it by saying, when I'm engaging her, finding out, am I wrong? The answer is no, not at all. You are not wrong.
But this is a pattern in your conversations that we have seen up to this far. You repeatedly messages her trying to elicit an answer from her because she's not replying to you. She's not responding in a way that you want her to respond. Doesn't that show that you wanted to take control of these messages?
Take control.
Yes, because you are the one initiating it.
Yes. Yes, as a man, it's not a question of taking control. It's a question of initiating based on how you feel, and it attracts the requisite response as far as I'm concerned. And yes, yes to your question at all levels. Barring one thing, it's not about pressure. It's about a conversation which is flirtatious, which when I look at it, as I read it now, it doesn't support the proposition that she was an unwilling party.
She testified that you were not respecting her boundaries. Because
Not correct.
when she does not answer you, you keep on asking for a
That's
reply.
not correct.
Advocate Skippers, I think you keep on arguing this point. But we can see ourselves that she herself initiated conversation about 4 o'clock in the morning. We can also see ourselves that there's a laughing emoji from her. We can also see ourselves, etc., etc. You're going to keep on arguing with this witness. I don't know until when, but we can read and see these things ourselves, that she's responding.
Thank you, Chair. On that reply of hers, where she said at 6:25, Ms. Ngapi, can you give us the translation? On 1201?
At 6:25.
Yes,
The Haike,
no, the one above it.
the one above it. Ubhale ucime kodwa uyayazi ndibusy. You write and delete, but you know that I'm busy. That's the direct translation.
Yesterday you testified that you took that to mean that she wanted to read it.
I maintain so even today.
Okay.
That is my stance even today. Ubhale ucima kodwa uyayazi ndi busy. In other words, she was disrupted from reading by being busy. She wanted further engagement. She wanted to see what had been written. So that's why I say it's not a rebuff.
But that could also mean anything else, that maybe she wanted to take a screenshot of it,
A screenshot of what?
of the message, before you deleted it.
I don't know that. That is not the impression that I gained. Anyway, if we are going to be speculating about things, so be it. But I am going to simply say, as I testify here, I want to give responses that are going to help the tribunal arrive at a just conclusion on the issues at hand. From what appears here, I believe she was engaging in these chats. There was nothing about unwillingness.
Then if we,
The respondents, or rather complainants' evidence on this issue is, as I recorded it, you write and delete, but you know I'm busy. Why did you write that? Because I saw there are two messages he had sent, which he deleted without me seeing them.
Yeah.
That was the evidence.
yes.
Are you implying that she didn't want to or want to read those messages?
No, that's not what I'm implying. That could not be, that could not have been the only reason. There could have been other reasons as well. It's not that,
What is the basis for other reasons? Speculation, as the witness says.
that's why I'm moving off that point, Chair. There were no further messages during the working hours, except for the emojis.
Except
All right,
for,
let's go through it. There was messages at 6:25, 6:26, and 6:28. But during the working hours, there were no messages.
yes, from what I'm seeing here. Perhaps also, Advocate Skeppers, we need to go to page 17 of the consolidated bundle, so that when we talk about the 18th of June, we also see what the complainant said under oath. This is what she said under oath. I'm saying this purely because you have got a version that you are putting to me. On 18 June 2021, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if I was wrong. I said no. That's a complete distortion, or put it this way, it is a far cry from what we are reading from this. So this is said under oath, the very same witness whose evidence in chief you were leading, which is contrary to what is contained here. Now, I am approaching this with great trepidation because it's got nothing to do, I'm not being personal. All I'm saying is there are two mutually destructive versions on an issue that we are debating. That's all I'm saying. Under oath, she says this. When she lays the complaint, she would have the JCC believe that on 18 June, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if I was wrong. I said no. Then we go to the conversations. They are a far cry from that. So both in her evidence, which was under oath, and here, they are mutually destructive versions.
Now, at 18:09, you then replied again to a status of hers.
At
18:09 at 1202.
1809, yes, I see that. I expressed appreciation for what I saw on her status picture.
She did not reply to that.
Yes, she didn't reply. It's quite clear and blatant from what we are seeing.
Now, if we go to the next day, the 20th of June, 2021.
Yes.
That was Father's Day. And she started by greeting you to say Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Yes, but before we get there, at pages 17 and 18 of the complaint that served before the JCC, a recommendation was made, the matter served before the JSC, hence we are here today. Advocate Skeepers, I would like you to consider that paragraph 14 gives a totally different picture. It shies away from the lengthy discussions that we engaged in. Because firstly, it starts off as I did read, and I'm not going to repeat. The impression is created that I was asking about something in respect of what it is that was wrong. He asked me if we had finished what we were talking about and then asked whether I was wrong. I said no. I quote now the last section of paragraph 14. It's a very, very short paragraph. I asked why does he keep on sending me stuff and delete before I could even read, because told him earlier that I was busy. He said he did not want to distract. Uploaded on WhatsApp, status picture of me wearing black skirt and so on, and a touch of a newspaper shop. He said, whoa. So her events of 18 are as short as that. Her events, or put it this way, the events of 18 are much longer than that. So the complaint tells us one thing, the testimony says something else. I don't want to take it any further than that. Thank you, Chair.
I'm a bit lost, but proceed, Advocate Skeepers.
Thank you, Chair. On that greeting that she sent to you that morning, Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Yes.
She testified that she extended the same courtesy to other male colleagues, including judges. So she did not only send it to you.
I don't know. I know about me. And may I add, for the previous years prior to 2021, she had never sent me Happy Father's Day. Only upon this flirtatious relationship coming into existence did I get this with an endearment called by my clan name.
You say that calling you by your clan name is a sign of endearment, but
Correct.
it can also be a sign of respect, isn't it?
It can also be a sign of respect.
Yes.
In any event, it is a sign of endearment, whether it is because you respect somebody. Once you call them by their clan name in my culture, it is endearment.
Or
Whether
respect.
it is in the context of respect or what. And there's no time when I believed that the complainant had no respect for me.
She had respect for you.
I believe so.
Though you then also testified that in the first conversation when she said earn it, this prompted you to say that she was inviting you. Now,
Come again, ma'am.
Say again?
Sorry, I didn't pick that up.
You said that in the initial conversation, when she said earn it, you took that as an invitation.
Correct.
Now, if we look at all the conversations after that initial conversation,
Yes.
Isn't it clear that the way she interacted with you was not inviting? She was replying to you, responding to you.
She initiated a chat from time to time. In broad terms, that's my answer. But going back to where we are, 20 June, I think the starting point is that this recordal of Happy Father's Day, Jola, there's even no reference to that in the complaint itself.
Now, we agree there's a lot of conversations not in the complaint. That is before the tribunal, we know that.
Yes, I'm just mentioning this, that this, which I regard as an endearment or somebody initiating a chat that brings about warmth within me because I'm called by my clan name, does not form part of the complaint for a reason that I can't advance. But what I see is that it is here in the conversation. This is at page 18 of the document. On 20 June, commented on a video, nothing about Happy Father's Day.
That is correct.
Yes, I'm just saying there's an incongruity there.
Then you thanked her for that.
Yes, I did.
And then there was a few conversations about an order that was granted. And I think you said yesterday it was in Grahamstown. And then at 6:22, you then
Are you
said,
talking about 0607? You saw the order granted on
Yes.
that day? Yes,
Yes.
yes, I see that. I'm with you now,
okay.
Counsel.
And then at 6:22, you said changing the topic slightly.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
I mean changing the topic slightly, moving away from third force and other things.
What did you want to what did you want to change the topic to?
Regrettably, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll tell you why I don't know. It's because the next conversation is at 22:23.
Yes. So there was
something might have distracted me.
Yeah, so there was no conversations further that day.
As far as I'm concerned, none.
Yes. But she also did not communicate with you.
Correct. It's blatant from here.
Yeah. So again, seeing that you can read the room, didn't that show you that she did not want to further engage with you that day?
No, I disagree.
And then at 22:23, you again initiated conversation by replying to a status that she uploaded.
At 22, yes, correct.
And do you accept that the emoji that you wrote there can be interpreted as a sexual tone, carrying a sexual tone?
Not in the context of somebody, as I believe, who was sitting in a restaurant and I evinced or I showed an appetite on the basis that they were eating in a restaurant. Not in that context.
Can I take you to
If I'm correct that it is the spot where something is said about because I see that at paragraph 15, page 18, on 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me an emoji, tongue sticking out. So context is important. This has to do with appetite in the context of people eating.
on the transcripts 21 January 2025 at page 107, lines 5 to 11. Advocate Sikakani SC said the following: Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mengo. You say on the 20th, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spur, and he sent me an emoji, the tongue sticking out. Ms. Mengo, yes. Advocate Sikakane SC, thank you. Would I be right that the understanding of tongue sticking out is still a bit salacious?
Not in this context.
But
Certainly
that was what was put to the complainant.
by Advocate Skakan.
Yes.
Ma'am, clearly, it must have been wrong. Clearly. I mean, she says on 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me an emoji of tongue sticking out. This is what the complainant says under oath. The point I'm making is that what was put, the way it was put, is nothing to go by, given that it's common cause between the complainant and I that she was in a restaurant and I expressed myself the way I did. So when I say that is clearly wrong, I am simply saying it's clearly a mistake. I don't believe it's opposite for you, with due respect, counsel, to capitalize on that, because this is a res ipsa loquitur type of a situation. The facts speak for themselves. When somebody is eating on the other side and they show that, and you've got this tongue sticking out, we should know logically what it means.
You then also testified that you wanted to go back to the previous day conversation, and we can see that at 22:23 you said we had not finished our conversation.
Yes. The other day, correct?
So you wanted to go back again.
Correct.
Why?
This question is persisted in. I'm going to answer it once again. I am persisting because I was engaging in flirtatious chats with the complainant, and it was a continuous thing. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that, and I'm not trying to discourage you, ma'am, it's now clear that the approach is about you saying what she said. Insofar as it differs with mine, my response will remain the same.
Unfortunately, we have to go through this exercise.
I don't say we shouldn't.
Then if we look at her reply,
Yes.
it's emojis, and according to what I understand, there's no translation for that word written there at 22:24. Ms. Ngapi?
Sorry, where?
At 1204 at 22:24, the second 22:24.
There are two 22:24s.
Actually, the third one. Andiswa, that word.
Yes,
And
Andiswa Mengo.
Yes.
it's a click.
Yeah. So,
With your permission, Chair, this particular word requires more of an interpretation than a direct translation. And this has to do with one more in the line of when you don't want to get too familiar with somebody. And I hope the English language is doing me justice, because I literally understand it as I'm trying to put it in words form, but it's got more to do with, I don't want to get too familiar with you, respectfully.
that was the translation we got the previous time as well. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So does that not show you that she does not want to get familiar with you?
No. I have previously said those emojis starting starting with 22:24, there are 3 emojis of monkey closing eyes and 4 rolling with laughter emojis. I expressed myself in relation to that way back in my answering affidavit. And Isakonqeni, I did mention that as far as I'm concerned, it was a form of ukumutsa. And the issue of ukumutsa was interpreted by the interpreter. I still cling to that.
Well, that is not the views from the complainant. She testified when I asked her what she meant here. She said, I wanted to tell him I do not want to engage in conversation. He started.
That is not what that conveys. The issue is whether she conveyed that to me. She did not. She did not rebuff me. She instead went on to say, I am cute within the same context.
She said you are cute because you sent her a picture of yourself without her asking for a picture. You did send her a picture of yourself.
Yes.
Why?
Why not? I mean, it's very simple. I was prepared to share pictures with her. She had previously done that with me. At least about 2 pictures we know from this interaction. She then said, I am cute. She could have kept mum. But she didn't. Instead, she complimented me as handsome.
Yes, you said yesterday also that cute means handsome, and nature says she fancies you. That's what you testified yesterday.
Correct.
The complainant never said you're handsome.
When she says cute, she means I am handsome.
Cute and handsome does not have the same meaning, does it?
I think this is becoming a terminological issue now. I've
Are we
expressed
going
myself.
to engage into a hair-splitting exercise, or are we getting substantive evidence?
Thank you, Chair. The complainant testified when asked about that. She said, you did look nice in the photo, and that
Yes.
is why she said that.
Yes.
That does not show ulterior motives, does it?
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, that she was flirting with you. She was showing what she saw.
And
She was honest.
within the twinkling of an eye, she repeated, "Cute Londo." I also did not respond, but she persisted. But I don't understand the point anyway.
Then she said, "You make me shy."
Yes, kukumutsa oko. Interpreter?
Ukumutsa, as we've initially translated it, Chair, it's to be shy towards someone.
No. Thank you. But what I want to say, I have previously stated what I understand to be ukumut. It's a pretense of shyness or modesty intended to be alluring, especially from a female. That was my understanding.
According to the complainant, the way she interacted in her evidence, that is not the way she saw this.
Let's then engage a bit on that. She starts off by saying, "I'm cute." You say it doesn't mean handsome. I'm not sure whether that proposition is correct. Be that as it may, I was not asking her whether from this picture you see, am I handsome or not, but she volunteered the information. Then within the twinkling of an eye at 22:27, because I did not respond to that, to use your terminology, she persists that I'm handsome. I can't understand cute to mean anything else.
After she told you that you make her shy, within seconds, as you put it,
Yes.
you sent this
I have
graphic sexual video.
I've sent what?
The sexual video. 22:25.
Yes. The video of people who are cuddling, as far as I can see it here. But the point I am making is, yes, she did. She sent me this thing that says "Uchut Londo" for the second time, in that very same context that you are articulating.
I'm not there yet. You are jumping you don't want to go into this. I'm still at this sexual video. This is not people cuddling. You even said yesterday that it's people becoming intimate.
All right. Now, the context from what you are saying needs me to respond. I was simply saying, cute, when undenza shy, it is ukumutsa, as far as I'm concerned. Even the video of the people who are, as the way I see it, are cuddling, and it's an intimate relationship. The way I see it, it is an intimate encounter. It is sexual in nature. In that context, I am still referred to as cute Londo, because I ask, wena undenza shy, in what way? Then she says, uyazibona ke, laughingly, meaning you see yourself, and then there's something that is deleted. Then boom, I'll be in East London.
Yes, she testified that
Come again.
because she said she saw the way these messages are escalating now. You are now sending her videos. She's trying to tell you that you are making her shy. She testified that she wanted to see you in person so that she can tell you that she does not appreciate these messages.
Well, contextually, she had twice said, "I'm handsome." That's the first point I wish to make. There was no point in time when she said, "I want to see you because I want to confront you." There's nothing from a reading of that that suggests any form of an intention to rebuff.
When you asked her in what way you are making her shy, she replied to say, "Do you see yourself?" That is now at 1206 at
Yes.
22:26.
Yes, ma'am, laughingly. And I've always expressed myself in relation to that type of emoji within the context of the discussions that we were engaging in.
You say that it is flirtatious.
Come again?
You say it's flirtatious.
It's not flirtatious, it is flirtatious. And that's how I understood it.
Then, after this request to see you in East London,
Yes.
you then ask her. The conversation became very sexual when you asked her if you can be intimate.
What is the question, ma'am?
Why did you send that message after all her previous messages, her trying to indicate to you that she does not want these messages?
The problem I have with your proposition is that as we've been disagreeing, I continue to disagree with you insofar as you make a proposition based on what she said, which I believe is not correct. It is not borne out by the conversations themselves. It was a continuous, flirtatious interaction. Even the one that says, I will be in East London, we can meet physically, we can meet and talk face to face. I never regarded that as a rebuff. I never regarded that as that which she says it was meant to be. That is not what was conveyed to me.
But there was no meeting, was there?
Come again?
There was no meeting, was there?
We never met. Then it indicates clearly that what flirtation is about is playing with words and so on and so forth. We did not meet.
Then after you sent her this, and we are now at 1208.
1208.
Yes. Where you also, you reckon we can be intimate this week?
What is at 2231? You reckon at 1208? Yes, I see it.
She then, at a stage at 2233, at the bottom of that page, she
Yes.
replied with that Bible verse that we have discussed at length already.
Yes,
And you agree, in the Xhosa Bible, that verse starts with the word no.
correct.
There can be no confusion here.
Not at all. Unless when somebody says, go and read Psalm 1 verse 1, if you are used to reading the English text, you then contextualize it. It says, blessed is the one who does not associate himself with evildoers. But she was very, very plain and blatant and explicit about it. In response to my saying, can we meet and be intimate? In that context, she says, let us not meet for that purpose. Let's meet so that we can talk face to face. I repeat, I did not regard that as a rebuff, even or notwithstanding the fact that there is this high, that high must be understood in its context.
As no.
As no specifically to this occasion,
Yes.
not as no to any and everything. Otherwise, it means everything would have ended there from her side. But what is important is, even though she would have the tribunal believe that she was out to rebuff me and place me somewhere, but that was never conveyed. And we also know from a further reading that she is the caliber of person who could do it. If she can say, "Uyandinyela dada," to whosoever that she was talking to.
Why did you not accept that no of her as final for that conversation, specifically on that topic that day?
It is because it is fact specific, as you say. It is fact specific. It is a question of saying, hey man, we've been discussing long enough now about positions and everything else. You have also reached out to me, complimenting me as a person who is handsome. And there was something about this thing about I like surprise, for instance, in the background. So this is fact specific. It is not a high that is about everything and anything. It is, do we meet to do this or do we meet to do that? It is high. And let me show you where she explains herself. 1210. No, sijongane, not ncazelana. In other words, let's meet, let's not go the intimate route. That is at 2238. So this high is fact specific. Advocate Skepas, I don't even want to talk about things such as in our culture, when somebody says high, it does not necessarily mean high in all instances. I don't even want to go that route. It is sufficient for me to say this high that we are about now in this debate is fact specific.
I don't understand why you gave this long answer, because I am asking you about this conversation. I'm not talking about others. She had to repeat the Bible verse 4 times.
Let's look at that. Let's deal with that. By the way, it doesn't change my answer. It is fact specific, but let's deal with it. 4 times. The starting point is sendibuza nje at 1208 at 2232. In Dumiso 1 verse 1, just the first word, Xhosa Bible. I had no Xhosa Bible that I could access at that point when we were chatting. Sendibuza nje, I'm just asking. Just the first word, Xhosa Bible, ibeka kakuhle. Ithini, please remind me. And indeed, I was very sincere when I said that. Kanti bendifuna uyiguglishe. And then, as we were talking, I then found that, oh, it's this verse that says, blessed are those who do not associate themselves with evildoers. And indeed, there is my response to that. And then with evildoers, and then I'm engaging myself. Who is an evildoer in the context of this? And then she says, Aibo. In other words, she's surprised that I'm engaging her in that debate. And then I call upon her to explain. When I say Cacisa, she says in Dumiso 1 verse 1, Hayi. So it is still within the context that this is fact specific.
Yes, I'm talking about
So
this
whether
conversation.
it's 2 times or 3 times or 4 times, the debate is developing between us. It is fact specific. It ends with her saying, explaining herself, sijongane, not ncazelana. It is fact specific. Not on this occasion.
I'm sticking to this conversation. She now, even on top of 1210, the
Yes.
second message, there she typed hi in capital letters, meaning no.
Yes.
So she needed to reinforce the fact that she's not going to be intimate with you.
On that occasion.
I'm talking about that occasion.
Correct? We are together?
But notwithstanding her saying no in capital letters, and there can be no misunderstanding on that. Is that correct?
About what?
That she says no.
That she's saying no specifically to this?
Yes.
Yes. I'm repeating myself. It is fact specific.
I'm getting to that. We are talking about fact specific. I'm only talking about that day.
Sure.
Even after she said no, you continue and you say, but what if we melt? That is not impossible. So you don't accept her no, because
No.
you want to continue with this conversation.
Let's be contextual, ma'am. She explains herself. She says, sijongane, not singazelane. In other words, I would like us to talk and meet face to face. I am saying, let us not go the intimate route. And then it is me then who is saying, what if we melt, which is not impossible?
But that's my point. After
Yes.
she clearly told you, no, we cannot be intimate, a number of times, you
Yes.
continue to say, but what if we melt?
No, ma'am. The fact that this high is repeated 4 times according to your thesis doesn't change the fact that this high was fact specific. That's number 1. Number 2, she is saying, let's not do this on this occasion. There is no rebuff, and I accept that we will not do it. But then I'm being cautious, and I say, hey, we could then meet face to face. What if we melt? It is not impossible. The rest is history, for we know that later on, she says at 1212, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli, she steers it in a sexual direction. So let's look at this conversation in its context.
We are looking at it in its context. She's saying no. Then you continue to say, what if we melt? Then she does not answer you. You say, it's not impossible. And
Yes.
then she replies to you at 12:11
Yes.
at the bottom, it is impossible. How much clearer must she be?
No, I'm not sure, because I think we are both repetitive.
No, we are not.
No, I'm saying we're both repetitive, because I keep on telling you that this no is fact specific. It deals with the question whether we should meet on that day and be intimate or not. She opts to say, no, we are not going to go that route. And then she insists that we should meet. And I'm saying, well, let's be careful, because you will see that she says at 2241, it is impossible. I engage her further. She then says, so ubila kwangoku kuse-early, that's highly sensual, emanating from my saying, what if we melt? In other words, she too appreciates the fact that if we were to meet, it is possible that we will be steered in that right direction. Then she says, so ubila kwangoku kuse-early.
Are you already sweating so early?
I had no other understanding than what she was saying, which is sensual.
She replied to the sticker that you sent her of a person sweating.
Yes,
So she's replying to you. It's not her being sensual.
no, that picture is, in my view, neutral.
No, it's not. It's
All
a
right.
person sweating. She's replying to that sticker that you sent it to her. Why would you send a neutral picture
All right.
during a sexual conversation?
We can call it whatever and however, but in her response, she steers it in a sensual direction.
She's not.
She is, definitely she is. She's saying, so ubila kwangoku kuse-early, and then it develops. Let me develop it. I ask, uyabilisa. What does that mean, interpreter?
Do you cause someone to boil or
There
to
is-
sweat? Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you cause
There is-
someone to sweat?
The response is, the principle is that ungandibuzi ithini. Don't ask me what that means. And then 1213, 2242, page 1213. Ha, we both know everything, but I'll be amenable. The answer to that is a laughing emoji. And in fact, we were engaging it's a continuous debate. We are engaging one another. It remains flirtatious through and through.
Then you said we are now at 12:13, where you stop now. You
Yes.
took us there.
Yes,
At 22:45, Ms. Ngabi, can we get the interpretation? It was interpreted yesterday to say I was going to give you this one.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Yes, it's just that there was a spelling error there. Where there's a O, there's supposed to be a P. Bendiza kupale. I was going to give you this.
And the
Where are
complainant,
we?
sorry, at 12:13, 1213, at 22:45. And the complainant replied to that to say rephrase.
Yes,
And then you sent her the peeled banana.
yes,
Yesterday you said that the peeled banana meant that you wanted to give her something nice.
correct.
And you also said that you heard for the first time that a peeled banana is a penis, is depicting a penis. You could have
Correct.
showed her anything.
Correct,
You could have even sent her a chocolate emoji.
correct.
Why didn't you send the chocolate emoji?
I chose to send this one.
In a highly sexual conversation,
Correct.
and you want us to believe that it's not sexual in nature.
Let me explain myself. Where I say I'll be amenable, it is where I say I will be amenable at 2242. So the question is based on, I think it's an hypothetical situation because there's an understanding between the two of us. I'll be amenable. Let's meet. Whether you say you can melt or not melt, I'll be amenable when we meet. But that one says, if we had gone that route, I wish to refer you to 1215 at 2248. Advocate Skiepers, that emoji, the pitch there, together with that other object, they say it's a what?
Eggplant.
Yes, eggplant. That for me signifies sexual intercourse. So I was clear in my mind, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. So I was very clear in my mind using those things. This one is different. It is a banana. Nice thing. And that is what it is. And also, I'm simply saying, it is in the context that I am simply saying, had we taken that other route, this is what I would have given you.
What other route?
Bendiza kupha le, I'm saying I'll be amenable. In other words, I'm accepting that, well, let's meet. Let us meet. We will see what happens. We know the principle, we'll have to control ourselves. And then I'm just revisiting it in the context of a more hypothetical situation. I'm simply saying, if we had taken that route, this is what I would have done. And I'm simply saying, you know, this context is about a banana. It's a delicacy, a romantic delicacy that one can share with somebody.
A banana.
Yeah. Yes.
And you also testified yesterday that you're not an expert on emojis, and therefore you did not know that this means this has a sexual connotation.
Within this context, it could have a sexual connotation, I agree.
Yes.
But I'm talking about my understanding of what I was conveying to her. So I'm not running away from the fact that these talks were sensual, these talks were sexual. That is indeed the position. I'm saying we had reached a point where we said, well, we will be amenable. But I'm saying, well, hypothetically, if we had gone down that route, I would have given you this.
I wanted to give you this, and you wanted to be intimate with her. So
Yes.
you wanted to have sex with her. That's what you wanted to convey with this message.
I wanted to have sex.
Yes.
No, but
because
we
you
had
wanted to be intimate with her.
No, we had agreed we would not go that route. I'm saying at 1215, it's very clear. Okay, we may meet and just just converse without going the intimate route. This is me talking, and I'm using those signs. I'm not using now a banana together with another object. I am just talking sensually, sexually. I was going to have this banana with you. And I grew up in a scenario where I see two people, and I'm talking about myself, sharing a banana. It looks quite juicy to see those people biting and sharing and doing all that. But what is very plain, it is that the discussion is sensual.
Yes. And then she does not reply to you because she's laughing, and she testified that she didn't know how to respond to you. But after that laughing emojis of her, you prompted her to say, and you? What did you mean by that?
What would you give me?
Yes.
In other words, what would you come with if we were to interact in that fashion within that context? Yes, indeed. Also, I disagree with the proposition that those four laughing, rolling with laughter emojis signify a rebuff. They don't.
And then she sent you this sticker with honorable member, don't do that. And she testified that she meant by that he must stop what he is doing. That's what she wanted to convey to you.
Yes, but it did not. That is not what it conveyed. That is why at 2247, I wanted her to explain herself. Those memes, I think we all know, memes basically encapsulate jokes. These two that I see here, honorable member, don't do that. Those are parliamentary, that's a parliamentary language. We know what sometimes happens in parliament. And it's a meme, that's what it is. But beyond that, I called upon her to explain herself because I said, I don't understand you. Followed by something like, Ufuna nje ubuhlobo? Do you want mere friendship? Because I got to that point where I could not understand really. So I engaged her further. Then
before you rush past this, I want to interrogate this.
Thank you.
Why would she say, honorable member, don't do that, if she didn't understand you, that you wanted to give her sex?
I wanted to give her sex.
Yes, because I wanted to give you this one, giving the banana. And then after that, you say, at 22:48, at
Yes.
1214.
Yes.
And the translation we had is, do you just want friendship?
Yes.
So that clearly shows that the previous conversation was still sexual. Because
did-
now you say, so do you only want friendship? When she said, honorable member, don't do that.
When she says, honorable member, don't do that, followed by me calling upon herself to explain herself, I meant exactly that. And I have not said these things about banana, whether you look at it from the perspective that it's a delicacy with two people sharing, it remains flirtatious. In the context that even though there was understanding that would be amenable, and that the principle is about her saying, so ubila kangoko, and are you now sweating already? I ask, uyabilisa. Then she says, ungandibuzi thini loo nto. That is flirtatious through and through, even from her side.
How can you say it's flirtatious if she already wrote in capital letters, no? How can that be flirtatious from her side?
We are going to repeat this maybe for the 6th or 7th time. I said, she was saying, no, let us not go the intimate sexual route when we meet, because she's the one who came up with the notion that we should meet. I then gleaned,
I think the record will show that the no was to any proposal that let us have sex when we meet.
yes,
To that, there is a no. But that no is specifically to say we are not going to have sex when we meet. The respondent agrees that. Is that you
yes,
accept that?
that is my point of departure. Yes. I'm saying this no is fact specific.
Yes.
No, let us not be intimate on this occasion.
And your version is that no is limited to that, to the issue of having sexual intercourse when we meet.
On that occasion,
On
yes.
that occasion.
Correct. That is what I term fact specific.
Correct. And I hope we don't go back to that.
Correct.
When she clearly did not reply to you, you testified yesterday that you insisted on an answer, and that shows your persistence, because in your own words, you said, I insisted an answer.
What is the point being made, ma'am? I don't follow the question.
You insist on her giving answers when she clearly does not want to give answers.
I did not understand it the way you are postulating it.
She also suggested to meet in an office. That's clearly not a private setting. Is that correct?
Yes. There's a context even to that. We can deal with it.
This is clearly not flirtatious. If we look at her answer she gave you on all your questions regarding this meeting, because she said she wants to meet in an office, not in a private setting.
I disagree with you in the manner in which you are postulating the scenario. Let me then proceed to show you why I say that. So at page 1216, she had then said, I'm a lady of action. I don't just talk. I engaged her in relation to that. Then she says, finish. Then I say, but if ucho masibonane ngoko, masibone ngoko. Well, if you say that, let's meet then. I had also sent a question that, well, you know what, it is risky. If we meet, we may lose control of ourselves. And then there's a question, any privacy or sawuncokola officini? Let's look at the answers to all those questions. Ufike laphi? Where is your arrival point? My house. Apart from the fact that she said, Ndinezenzo kuphela, I am a person of action only. And then I asked, Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, do you act and people see whatever will eventuate then? Then she says, finish. So because these messages tend to cross one another at some point, because there's 2252 when she says finish, then we say, but if ucho masibone ngoko, fike laphi, and so on. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, fikela phi my house. Any privacy? No. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, me asking, she says it's better. And that's it. So I don't understand the postulation or the proposition. I was amenable to meeting her in the office or in my office.
I don't understand why you had to give this long answer. I was just saying that she wanted to meet you in an office, not a private setting.
To what end? Because the reason why I'm trying to explain myself, it is because you are insistent that she was rebuffing. And I'm saying that theme is incorrect.
Then again, at 12:18, after this conversation of where she will be, the office and where you will meet,
Yes,
you then take the conversation back again. What if we melt?
yes, I did.
Why did you continue if she already said no?
No, because I'm being cautious. I'm a human being.
And
I'm talking to
Yeah,
somebody
again.
that I was fancying, and I'm saying, I'm being cautious.
but she's saying no. And again, at 22:55, at 12:18, that translation, Ms. Ngapi, was that we got is no, you will control yourself. Is that correct?
The translation once more, advocate, the HAAAY is not a complete isiXhosa word for no in English translation. So it still remains an exclamation. And then uzazbamba, you will hold yourself or you will control yourself.
What is the question?
She told you you will control yourself, meaning that she is still saying no. She's rebuffing
I did not understand it that way. You may continue saying she was rebuffing me. I say you are incorrect. That is not consistent with this conversation, the way we see it. She says, well, when I ask, "Uyakwazi uzibamba wena, can you restrain yourself?" She says, "Ndiyakwazi." And then I say, well, let me oblige in that event at 22:57. So it was a continuous discussion, not outside the realm of flirtation, but yes, it starts being fact specific. It starts with me as a human being being cautious.
And she
So
keeps,
there's nowhere, according to me, where a rebuff is communicated to me.
what more should she have done to tell you that she's not interested?
Interested in what?
In you.
Are you then moving?
Isn't it clear from these messages that she's not interested in having a sexual relationship with you?
Your proposition is not correct. We have moved away from my answer, which is no is fact specific. But the proposition that you are advancing now seems to go back there. I don't understand why, Ms. Skippers.
And I thought that we had left that point.
Correct, Chairperson.
And then after you indicated to her that let me oblige, she ended the conversation with a very clear bye, a very short word bye. At 1220,
Yes,
at 22:58,
correct.
meaning she did not want to continue with the conversation.
That was not my understanding.
If someone says bye, does that not mean they don't want to talk anymore?
Is that how you do it? I don't do it that way. Bye is as sweet as it is. It is contrary to where somebody simply vanishes, or she stops you, or she blocks you. Bye is still within the context of flirtation. Bye is bye.
How can you see bye as flirtation?
No, I'm just saying within the context, it is not a rebuff. Because you want a rebuff. You are looking for a rebuff. With due respect, there is none.
And then after she said bye, trying to end the conversation, you continue messaging her.
Correct.
And that is at night at almost 11 o'clock, 22:59.
Correct.
And what did you send her that got this reply of her of shock? Jesu.
What I can start off by saying, I know what it is. It was not. I can only speculate and read what is happening here. I am sure I did. Well, I'm starting with that because I know where we are going. This is 2258. There's a suggestion about K8. I am saying I did not send K8 to her on or anything that resembles K8. That is the starting point. Secondly, she says gesso, and then I'm saying, why put it this way? It looks delicious. And I'm saying, based on what I'm seeing here, I could have sent something similar to what I previously sent. The reason why I'm talking in this fashion, I do not want to say I remember distinctly what I sent. Within the context of this flirtation, I could have sent something like I previously sent.
But if we look
But
at
I know what I did not send.
But if we look at the probabilities, your reply to one of her, actually to one of your own messages that was deleted, yours please, you sent the big eyes emoji.
Before we proceed, I would need from you to tell me, according to her version, what did I send to her and when and what time?
She indicated that you sent her a picture of a private part.
K8.
You sent her more than one. She cannot recall when what was sent. She did receive a picture of a private part.
I did not send a private part.
But if we look at the probabilities, you then ask her, yours please. What were you referring
I'm going
to?
to deal with yours, please, but I wanted to understand you fully. We have got a situation where we are conversing at 2258. We've got a situation where the suggestion is made that I sent something, she screen grabbed it. It is a private part. And then it is explained. I did not send it. That is the starting point. So I know I did not do it. I did not have to do it. I did not send a private part. I did not have to do it. At least that much I know. Beyond that, I'm going to speculate as much as I can. When I say why put it this way, it looks delicious, it is because of the fact that it could have been a picture of a couple that was engaging, cuddling, or a sensual picture, but not my private part.
Any other private part?
None. I didn't have to do that.
But why did you ask yours please? What did you mean by yours please?
Yours, please, is send your picture of what you would. You see, because she says yours, please.
No,
Sorry,
you
I
say
say
yours,
yes.
please.
I say yours, please. All I can say is I have sent something that I look at as being juicy, which is, as I believe, it is something that I have explained that I could have sent. I've got to speculate. But what I know is I did not send what you keep saying I sent. That is the starting point. So when I say yours, please, feel free to send me your picture of whatever within the context of the conversation.
But her reply, Jesu, even you said, why put it like that? That means she didn't like what you sent her.
Does not necessarily mean that.
Why did you then say, why put it like that?
Well, I've seen people say OMG, not because, and it means oh my God, not because they don't like something. It just means it's an exclamation.
Then she tried to steer this conversation away from this sexual tone by saying, let me iron.
I see that at
Or am
2305.
ironing, sorry.
Yes, I see that at 2305. It is preceded at 2305, or it crossed with something else where it revisits, and I think it's a cut and paste type of a thing, or sawuncokolele ofisini, she's the one who elicits that. Then if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige, which is also what I said. I can't, you see, it says JP or sawuncokolele ofisini, which means she's responding to something that was
No, it's
discussed.
you responding. It's your chat.
No, ma'am.
It is your chat. It's on the left-hand side.
No.
Are you on 1221?
No.
On which page are you?
I'm at 1221.
Yes.
I am saying there, yes, you are correct, there's no ticks from her, but I am saying, or sawuncokolela ofisini, it's me revisiting what I had initially said, and I was reminding her, if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige in relation to the meeting that was proposed to be in office.
opening the door for her to reconsider,
If it
to
must
go the
just be,
intimate route.
if it must just be friendly chat, I'll oblige.
So
This
you
is it.
wanted to revisit that to later rethink it?
Well, she said we can meet in the office, and I'm saying, well, if it is going to be just a friendly chat, I will oblige.
And then she said, I'm ironing. So she clearly did not want to continue with this conversation.
I did not understand it the way you do.
In fact, you are correct, because now you say, let me see, please.
Yes.
Why?
No, because it is a follow-up to your picture, please.
So you still wanted a picture
Correct?
of?
Something that could resemble what I believe I sent to her.
Then you persisted. She's not continuing with the conversation. You keep on asking, I will wait.
Yes.
Sending the eyes,
Yes.
hands, please
Yes.
reciprocate. But
Yes.
she's not answering you.
Correct?
Clearly, she did not want to converse with you further.
That is not how I understood it. She ends up by saying, Libele upuma ku WhatsApp, and then I say, what do you mean? I don't understand you. She then says something that softens my heart. Ulale kamnandi upupe. Sleep well and dream.
Thanks for watching.